Hello everyone, this is Meltman of Gaming Philosophy. Welcome to a very special stream. A game that I had taken a break from, HardSpace Shipbreakers. Wow, I still think that name's a mouthful. But, you know, had a major update recently. They added a lot of things to the game that really needed to happen, and thank God they did. Unfortunately, it completely wiped out my almost 100% game. So I kind of had a choice to make. And I figured, hey, you know, I can rely on my audience. I can throw a Twitter poll up and ask you guys to vote on what you'd like me to do. Grind off camera, start fresh from the beginning, maybe a bit of both. Or, you know, you don't want to do anything, so you're a potato. Well, it seems like you guys aren't the potato I am, because 4 individual people voted. And each person voted for each individual topic. So it is a 4-way tie to grind off cam, grind, do a fresh start, a mix of both, and potato. I asked for your help in making a decision, and what you have said is, yes, it's up to you. Fresh start? Alright. So, not knowing how this poll would turn out, I did go ahead and already start grinding a fresh start. It is pretty much near the basic beginning. I've basically gotten through the tutorial where they teach you this is your cutter, this is your grappler, and this is how tethers work. So they've actually changed a few things. I'm sorry, I've had hiccups for the majority of the day. I ate a ghost pepper chimichanga early in the day, and I keep on having hiccups from it. Maybe my body's telling me I should stop eating spicy things. But spicy things are delicious. So how could I say no? Yeah. You can miss story points easy. Yeah. So, it sounds like, though... Alright, guys. Knowing that I'm a little bit in, I'm rank 5 out of... Let's see, classifications. Out of 30. I just got back in. Do you want me to start over fresh? I need for the people that are actually showing up watching, since the Twitter poll really meant, you know, didn't net out anything. I'm asking chat, should I start out where I've completed? Hey Bobcat, where I've completed just the basic tutorial start, or should I start over? I need to talk about the blurps, by the way. Start fresh to show from the ground up how, if the reboot is that. Okay, yeah, sure. All right. A lot of things changed. There are multiple characters now, and the characters all have pictures. Like, this is Weaver. The guy that you heard give you the tutorial at the very start of the early access, well, apparently this is what Weaver apparently looks like. And this, of course, is you. And then, of course, there's all sorts of other shipbreakers that are working the barge alongside you. But before we go ahead and get into a fresh start, so I'm going to delete my profile. I just got started. Okay, we're going to go ahead and make a new one. But there's something I need to talk to, and this is more about things. If you don't care about YouTube, if you don't care about copyright stuff, give me a few minutes. I have to go over this. If you guys love and like the blurps and you use them frequently, you will notice that there are a few blurps that are turned off. Blurps that should be safe because, oh, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Carlos. Blurps that should be safe because they should be public domain. I'm going to give an example. The Sirens of Chicago. The sound that was the inspiration of Siren Head. It was recorded by many people because it was a public event and it was not copyrighted, therefore it is public domain. Was copyright claimed on the YouTube channel today. And I'm having to fight that claim. Why, you may ask? Because a channel with 59 subscribers just posted a video where the starting of their synth music mix is that sound clip. It's like literally they do the Siren Head sirens, then hard switch to synth music. It is the pure clip that is gotten from the blurps, just slapped in front of their synth track. And because they uploaded that to YouTube, the YouTube claim system thinks I stole that sound effect from that YouTube creator that has 59 subscribers. Even though it's all over the place and it's clearly in public domain. So until that dispute ends, that's one of the blurps that is just... It is great. It is great. Yeah. So I've submitted a dispute. And that video will be going up in a couple days, but I probably won't make much money off of it ad revenue wise because the copyright claim that was put against my account not only made it ineligible for monetization, but also decreased visibility of the video. In other words, when I go, yeah, well, yeah. Anyways, when I go ahead and publish or premiere that video, the YouTube algorithm will be suppressing it because I will be showing off possibly someone else's copyrighted content. So not only is the monetization taking a hit, but the video is being suppressed. Why? Because someone made a claim. Why should I have an 8-hour stream premiering on YouTube be suppressed because someone else used a soundbite at the front of their work of a sound clip that is public domain? It's not a big creator. It's not even anybody that is monetized. It's just someone that's putting out their own music tracks. And that's fine. The claim system should not be claiming that, though. And it pissed me off earlier today, and that's why I'm ranting about it. So, yeah. Enjoy your blurps. Keep on blurping all you want. Bobcat, don't restrict yourself from putting those sound clips on there so people can use it. But I'm going to say, if you see a blurp suddenly get turned off, don't be surprised if, when you ask, if it came up because that one's being disputed right now. Because some wonderful individual tricked the copyright claim system. YouTube banned one of my accounts. They suck. Oh boy. Sorry to hear that, bud. All right. Brand new run, Starship, our HardSpace Shipbreaker. So some of this is going to be the same as the original run that I did, but a lot has changed. The labor is extremely dangerous. For a select few The hazard paid is worth the risk. All right. Shipbreakers, I kind of compare to what that job must be like to like deep sea welding. Now I want you to just listen right now. This is what life on Earth is like right now. In this world, in the future. Hey, Daniel. Boop, 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 boop. And we're not going to skip training. HardSpace, Shipbreaker. Oh, this part's good. I'm going to shut up now.
Each day he steps into the yard to earn his wages working hard.
Why, Dagger? This is a you know what? Fuck it.
To return my daddy to those he loves. Bless the next cutter that takes his seat.
I have turned off blurps because that opening is probably the most beautiful opening to the start of a game ever, and you fucking ruined it by doing a blurp right in the middle of it. Yeah, oops, bad timing, LOL. It was bad timing, all right. So, hey, I don't look at me. I'm not going to go and put any erotic blurps in there. The people have done enough with what's already there. So I'm going to restart the game. I'm going to delete the profile I just made, and we're to relaunch it. And you bastages aren't going to get blurps back until after this opening, because I think it's beautiful. It has a variance of a classic kind of nursery rhyme that I think kind of gives a feel of what the world is like. So, yeah. And plus, let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Delete profile. Yes. Standard. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now away from the noise of Earth, and now listen and try to enjoy. I'll turn blurps back on after this.
Each day he steps into the yard to earn his wages working hard. I pray to the stars and heaven above to return my daddy to those he loves. If there comes a time when he and death meet, bless the next cutter that takes his seat.
Hello, Cutter 9346-52. Your automated Lynx onboarding experience will now begin. Please observe this important message. Space, boundless promise, limitless resources, a brighter future. It's here that hard workers like you, the backbone of civilization, will help us pave the way to the galaxy. I'm Calicia Rai-Paulson, President of Lynx Corporation Salvage Division. When my great-great-grandfather Exeter founded Lynx, he foresaw a remarkable opportunity among the stars. His vision eventually brought us the railgates. Now spanning all the way to Jupiter, these are the veins connecting all of modern civilization. And the people flowing through them are its lifeblood. The railgates reinvigorated humanity and are key to our continued progress. You have been selected from among thousands of candidates to join the Lynx family. This is more than just a job. It's an opportunity to be part of the largest, most successful, and most pioneering company in human history. Your dream may be to forge your own destiny one day. Well, work hard, heed your superiors, believe in the Lynx vision. Do this, and you too will get your chance. Your first step is to join our EverWork program. The greatest gift we give our employees, turning death into an ongoing opportunity for learning and growth. With Lynx, death is a fresh start. Good luck.
You guys can follow that? Press to begin genetic extraction. In other words, the respawn mechanic in this game not only is canon to the game's lore, but they charge you for it. So if you die on duty, you are billed for your cloning?
Video observation complete. To finalize onboarding, your genetic sequence will now be extracted for use with the Lynx EverWork Asset Replacement Program. Don't worry, pain levels during extraction are largely tolerable. Please note, as outlined in Section 31 of your employment agreement, the process of genetic extraction will destroy your original body. Beginning extraction now. Extraction
So quite literally, to go ahead and start the game, you start the game never playing as the person that signed the contract, but as a clone. Because your original dies in the extraction process. Asset replacement stored. Congratulations. It is now safe to die. Shipbreakers are responsible for the cost of biomaterial used in the Everwork process. An additional fee is required for deaths that occur outside working hours. You may now proceed with salvage trading. Good luck. Now, let's look at this. So, in order to becoming a salvager, you have to go through a citizen report check. That is $120,000. A medical analysis, $362,150. Transportation to worksite, $500,000. Seat selection fee, $10,000. Kessler passage toll, $77,000. Luggage handling, including 35% gratuity. Automated onboarding procedure. Lifeguard, genetic backup, storage. Holy crap. Biomaterial refrigeration. Equipment setup. Equipment security deposit. Degaussing. Delousing. Habitation fee. Cleaning and repainting. On-site training. Helmet interface software update. Meal prep annual. Waste management. Human premium. Immigration duty fee. Entertainment library fee. Tracking implant fee. They put a tracking implant into me. Yay! Salvage rights fee, including notary. Financial account setup fee. Account maintenance fee monthly. Administration fee. Display of all of fee reports. They charged me $7.50 to create this report to show me that I owe this much for signing up. You start this job. Now, originally the game had put it that you had gotten immensely in debt, that the Earth was such a hellhole that you were so grossly in debt like everybody else was. This was your only way to get out of debt. No. Getting this job puts you in this much debt. Debt is a sign of being prepared. No, it isn't. It's usually the sign of the opposite. $1 billion. All right. I'm turning blurps back on now. Behave yourselves. I appreciate the bits. I appreciate the donations. I love you guys a lot. But when there's like a touching scene, a NPC talking, or something, try to time it a little better, please.
All right, breathe. You're okay. Everything's gonna be just fine. There you go. Plenty of folks feel a bit woozy with their first spare. Anyway, welcome aboard. The name's Weaver. I'm the foreman for yourself and a couple of the other shipbreakers in this region. This here's Morgan Station. She may not look like much right now, but once we boot her up, she'll purr like a kitten. All right, let's test out your orientation control. Do me a favor and look up at that cargo elevator up above. That's it. So that's where all the salvage gets collected to be picked up by the transfer crew. Just in case you ever turn yourself out of whack, use your roll thrusters to reorient. All right, now let's get you flying. Activating your thruster controls now. Try moving around. Now, vertical control. Looks good. Now to finalize these movement checks, I need you to fly to these waypoints. Used to be a cutter myself, you know, till there were some complications with my last revive. Those were early days in the tech, though, so never you mind about that. Oh, almost forgot about the most important thing. Brakes. Get yourself going at a decent clip, and then test them out, why don't you? Alright, looks like the bay here was left in a bit of a mess. We're gonna clean this scrap up. Gonna activate the furnaces now. Dang thing. Would you just... There you go. So these furnaces are used to melt down soft metals. Should go without saying that these things are as hot as all get out. So try not to drift into them by accident. Okay, let's get a handle on your grapple tool. This fella here is a Shipbreaker's bread and butter. This is how we move salvage around. Activate the beam and hold it to grab an object and move it around. If it's not too heavy, give it a go and move one of these pieces into either furnace. So when you're holding an object with the grapple, you can retract the beam. This will pull a light object to you. If it's heavier than you, it'll pull you towards it. Nice job cleaning up all that soft metal scrap, Cutter. Let's move on to the bigger nanocarbon chunks now, shall we? You may have already noticed that these are too heavy to move with your grapple. I'm enabling your scanner so we can check out their structural makeup. Go ahead and boot it up. This mode of your scanner lets you assess an object's structure. What I want you to focus on right now are these cut points. You have quick access to all your tools through your HUD. Just open up the tool selector and choose the cutting tool. All right, Control is giving me the go-ahead to get you cutting. Your cutting tool has two modes. The first one is the Stinger. It's designed for precision vaporization of cut points like this. You ready to perform some zero-G surgery, Cutter? Well, let's split this scrap so it's light enough to move. That's how you do it. Okay, let me boot up the processor so you can salvage these. Do me a favor and look towards one of them there so I can see if they activate right. Yeah, perfect. Wish me luck here, Cutter. Me and technology ain't always the best of friends. Hey, all right, we're in business. Now swap over to your grapple and toss one of them pieces you separated right in there. Okay, we're almost done getting this bay in shape. Let's go after that large aluminum chunk over there. Now this beast is way too heavy to move as is. It's also too dense for your stinger to break it down, and there are no structural cut points for us to take advantage of. We're gonna have to switch over to the split saw mode of your cutting tool and start slicing this thing down to size. Go ahead and switch cut modes now. Now try changing the angle of the cut. We're in business. I've unlocked the trigger on your cutting tool. It'll split that big chunk clean in two. Go ahead and give her a whirl. I'm gonna turn on your salvage indicator so you can track how much work is left to do. This thing will track how much you've salvaged and how much you've lost. For now, let's try and hit that first goal marker. And that's what it's all about, Cutter. The more salvage goals you complete, the closer you'll get to hitting your certifications and ranking up. Great first shift in the yard, Cutter. Let's head on over to your hab, and I'll show you the ropes there. Now fly on over back to the master jack. I'll put a marker on it so you can find it easy. When you get there, head on in, and we'll get started. Great first shift in the yard, Cutter.
Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and say this. I experienced this when I started earlier as well. They hold your hand a ton with the new training guide. And I think there's a reason for that. When the early access originally started, the game was much simpler and they were tacking on feature after feature after feature. And the game started getting really complex with what you had to do. And sometimes a player would miss like a key bit of information and get so far in the game and not know that like you could use the grapple gun to pull yourself towards heavy objects. So the training and onboarding process as a cutter is they tell you everything and they walk you through it step by step. So if you do not like a lot of hand-holding and you prefer just to fly by the seat of your pants, you're going to have to skip the training. Because the training, once you're into it, it's slow. It is very slow. It's a lot better. You will get more information out of it. You will not have the opportunity to miss anything unless, you just like stop paying attention, and then eventually you'll figure it out. But
Congrats, Cutter. You're already on your way up. Head on into your hab and we'll check things out. Welcome to your new home, Cutter. Has everything you need. This is officially called a ready-made long-term employee habitation something or other. But around here, we just call it your hab. Okay, let's have a look at your employee terminal. Now let's get caught up on career progression and certification. I've sent you a message with an explanation now. Go on and give it a read. Clear as mud? Don't worry. I'm here to walk you through the process, and soon enough I'm going to introduce you to some of the other shipbreakers. Most of them are willing to help you out too. Alright, let's start a new shift and pick your first ship to work on.
start ship.
This is the catalog that shows you which ships you have access to from the shipyard. Every day, you can choose to continue working on the ship you've got, or start a fresh one. Go ahead and pick one, anyone, and we'll get to work.
Okay. Yeah, I ground through all of this, and I gave you guys the option to skip through a bunch of it.
She's all yours, Cutter. Your primary goal is to reach rank 3. Now try to remember, nanocarbon goes in the processor, aluminum goes in the furnace. Try to salvage the entire ship if you can. We call it using the whole buffalo. You'll hit your certs faster that way, and start knocking out that debt of yours. I'll be observing and giving you any help if you need it.
Alright.
Good luck, Cutter. Weaver out.
Now, these early ships, you'll notice that it's just basically a bunch of cut points. There is really not a lot to do. So, if you want to go and get through them quick, I mean, I love listening to Weaver's voice as much as the next person, but... Now, I don't have tethers. They do not give you tethers straight out of the gate. So you are having to use the weakest tools possible, the slowest thrusters possible, to scrap these ships. If I had tethers...
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Tell you what, this would go a whole lot quicker. There we go. But I don't, so I can't, so I won't, so I must do what I can with what I got. And that means I gotta cut some stuff. Woo! Up you go. Down I go. Rotate and in you go. Alright. So.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Alright.
Now, I know these ships look intimidating to scrap at first, but trust me, soon enough you'll be stripping the huge Gecko-class freighters like they're nothing. Got my start salvaging back down Earthside in the droid scrapping business. You know what made me come up here? Well, one day we got a batch of this particular model in. One of them kinds with synthetic skin and everything. We almost never saw people looking ones like that. They were always too expensive to manufacture. Seems someone found a warehouse full of them, mothballed for, 20 years or so, since the AI ban took effect. Probably bought the whole lot for pennies, thinking they could turn a tidy profit with the salvage. No word of a lie. These things looked exactly like my stepbrother did. Even had the same slack-jawed expression. Now, Jed and I wasn't exactly pals or nothing. All the same, I couldn't bring myself to start smashing that dopey face. And that's when I looked into getting on with Links. Tell you what, it's a sight better to cut up something that doesn't look like a family relation. Anyway, I'm running on. I'll clear the channel. Holler if there's anything giving you grief up there, Cutter. Weaver out.
So he went to salvaging ships because he was salvaging droids. And he found droids that looked too much like a stepbrother.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
So, yeah. Now, these first training missions, you'll notice that they do not have an oxygen meter, they don't have a health meter, a fuel meter, or a timer. So they're just go ahead and giving me as much time as I want to salvage this training ship for as much as I want. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a lot more real than the original training missions they had you on.
Credits deposited.
Now also, this is a lot slower and a lot more limited. So I mean, this is basically cut point training, the extended edition. The fact that they have several cut points so you can go and analyze how the ships are put together rather than just the simple cut point explanation. They could have cut this whole section out where you're cutting your first ship in training mode, and I think the training would have been fine. But that's what I think. What happened was there wasn't good enough training originally in the game after they started adding things, so they started thinking about everything they should add, and I think they may have over added just a touch when it comes to the training.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Ship salvaged in full. Credits applied to cutter account.
Okay. Now this is too big for me to go ahead and pull around, so we're going to cut it up just a touch. Let's make sure we're completely separated. We are not. There we go. Now this is still massive, but the majority of this all goes in the furnace. There's a little bit like these little nubbins here can be cut off and thrown into processing, but I don't care to cut those supports off. They're really not that much. So I'm saying that that salvage there that should be going into processing is an acceptable loss to just throw it in the furnace instead.
Material deposited.
Now you'll notice the bar at the top, that's new to the game, where you have the orange bar and the red bar at the top. The red is the amount of materials you've destroyed that could have been salvaged, and the orange is the stuff that, you know, you successfully salvaged. Now, I'm going to get this to break up for me, but I'm going to do it by cutting out key structural pieces. So I am destroying a small amount of aluminum, but what this will do by cutting out these key pieces is it'll cause this structure to go ahead and lose its structural integrity and basically fly apart for me. Now these aren't sanctioned cut points. This is just for me playing the crap out of this game originally and just learning how these ships are kind of glued together. Now watch. Boom. See how that just shot right out? It's because everything holding it in was just removed.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Now the majority of this is processing, but these 4 panels are still furnace. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that out. Cut that out. And since that's the secure points for this panel, we can now grab that. And I believe... no, the panel's not loose. Alright.
Deposit accepted.
Alright. And then this last corner here. There we go.
material deposited.
All right. So this is all processing now. So we can go ahead and punch this. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I forgot a bit. The glass. Oh well. The glass needs to be thrown in the furnace. They'll get mad at me for destroying the glass. Oh well. Too far gone. I forgot the windshield in the front needs to be cut out. Oh well.
Valuable object processed.
See?
Credits
They
deposited.
just got mad at me about that glass. But now as the orange light line has met the red, that means that everything was either destroyed or salvaged. If you have a gray bit in there that doesn't get filled, that means that's material that has been lost. So if you're not careful, something goes in, breaks off, and flies off into space, it'll show up as a gray. You don't want that. You know, I honestly can't tell you. That's a possibility. The whole cloning system could be a scam. I mean... Alright, so... We made... 780... Well, we'll round it up. $785,000. We'll say that.
New certification level attained. License level increased.
Now...
Looking good, Cutter. Now go ahead and pick another ship.
Messages. And we earned some stickers. So we can place stickers. Grapple. We'll slap this one right here. Alright, and start shift. Now, view ship catalog. Now we do have 2 ship classes now. At least we should. No, they're locking me into just this ship class. We cannot grab the class 1. They can only get us the class 2s. So... And I think that's for training purposes. Let's see, what do we want? What do we want? We'll go with this one. Because it has a higher estimated total value to it.
Alright, hold up a second there, Cutter. Because you've increased your rank, we're gonna give you the next greatest ship. Now this one will be full of machinery, electronics, furniture, all stuff that Lynx can collect and resell. You're gonna want to toss those items on the barge. That's the big green thing below you. Go ahead, have a look. Toss
Okay.
any valuable objects or components down there.
Now-
Don't worry about breaking anything. There's a dampening field that'll catch everything. It works great. Most of the time. Let's
Yeah.
give it a go.
Now, the barge has been changed greatly. This is one of the biggest and the best updates. Originally, the barge was just this thin little platform with kind of like a net material that would sometimes grab things and sometimes not. What it is now is it is a thick, you know, almost barge-like platform that has a solid mesh at the bottom and then a dampening mesh at the top. So when you throw things in, it catches them, slows them down, and holds them in there. And also, the biggest problem that the barge had previously was it would start filling up. And it wouldn't clear out the stuff that was in there until you were done with the ship. So if you had a big ship that had tons of components, you could fill your barge up, and then when you go to throw something in, it would hit another component and bounce off or break or explode the component you just threw in. Now the barges clear out at the end of every shift. They do not get full. Unless you're really good at just grabbing stuff off a ship and filling it up. So I think the barge is probably the most important and best change they could do to the game. It is just absolutely game-changing how easy it is to use the barge in comparison to how challenging it was previously.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Now watch it.
Salvage
It registers and slows down right after passing that dampening net. And then it stays in there collected. Oh, hello.
Nice work. Got that pretty quickly. Now let me teach you about the kiosk. Once the training wheels come off, Link's regulations mean you gotta cover your own oxygen and fuel costs. That's the way things go. Turning it on now. Now no need to panic, they'll last you a good while. But if you end up running out, you gotta go top up at the kiosk over there. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'll get there in a
Salvage
second.
secured. Credits deposited.
Since I'm over here, I want to finish grabbing the engine cap here. Alright.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Good stuff, Cody. Pretty easy, right? Alright, I'll leave you to it. We'll chat again when you hit the next rank.
Alright, so now you'll see I have a health, suit, fuel, and oxygen meter, which I'll now have to manage those. Suit rarely ever happens that you'll need to worry about that, unless you do something stupid or reckless, and your suit gets damaged. More often than not, you can avoid suit damage just by not doing stupid shit. Well, let's be real, it's me. I'm going to occasionally do things that are a little, risky. I'm going to cut the glass out ahead of time this time so I don't forget it again like I did last time. Let's see here. There we go. And... Alright. There we go. And away you go. Alright, let's go ahead and
Raw material
pop
processed.
this open.
Credits deposited.
Alright. Your typical space junk. Open this door here. Pardon me. Open you. Open you. Now, this bit of wonderful Shazbot here is furnace material. This is processor material. So one of these panels, what I like to do, cut out the furnace material first before cutting the panel free. Hey, you, in there. Yeah, that's right.
Deposit accepted.
Because if it's still held in place, you can easily line up underneath it. Go like this. And if you're lucky about it and not a scrub like me. Okay, that's the side that it's on. It's somewhere in here that it still thinks. That should honestly work, but it's sticking for some reason. Yeah, you see? Let's get a closer look at where it's attached. It's not. It's not. The game's just being finicky with me, so... Yeah. You see, clearly there's no point where it's actually touching, but... There we go. This goes to processing. This goes to... There.
Processing valuable object.
Okay.
Credits awarded. Material deposited.
Come on. Oh, you stinking pile of scribble. And... There we go. This did not want to go ahead and snap free. Alright.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Cutter, make your way back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2. Blue ain't your coven. Trust me on this. Weaver out.
Alright, that is the training oxygen warning. Letting you know that you're low oxygen. Alright, here we go.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Okay. Yeah, it's stuck. There we go. Okay.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Do you think they cleaned these out before submitting them for salvage? At least a little bit.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage gained. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Valuable object.
I see some potential fire hazards in there, so watch out, Cutter. Be careful not to cut or bump oxygen tanks, fuel tanks, or fuel lines. If there are flammable objects nearby, those flames can spread pretty quick like.
Go ahead and keep as far away from that fuel tank as possible. There we go. Alright. Roll on. There we go.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
There we go.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Right, this is ready to go. Okay. And pop.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage gained. Rewards increasing.
Where do you think you're going? The barge with you.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. Now you'll notice the music is picking up, and that is the game's...
Hey, Cutter, I need you to head back to the kiosk on the starting platform to fill up your O2. Stat. Weaver out.
The game has a nice passive way to tell you that something's about to go wrong. The music will pick up in volume and or tempo. Your breathing, as your character gets panicking, will get heavier.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
There's a lot of audio
Level
cues
stabilizing.
that they built in the game to let you know something's not right. So as long as you're listening, the game will tell you that there's a problem. Which is one of the things that I absolutely adore about this game. Pay attention to the context clues, and you'll get clued into a lot of stuff real quick. Okay. Let's go ahead and deal with you. Do not like having so much flammable on a ship that I'm working in. But I also do like being able to pull shit like that off. Now later, you do go ahead and have the ability to cut nanocarbon. So stunts like that, when you have a higher grade cutter, you can't really pull off that easy. I mean, you can line things up so you're nice and careful so you don't cut what you don't mean to.
Salvage secured.
But it's,
Account credit
once you get
applied.
a higher grade cutter, it's real easy to cut the wrong thing.
deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Let's see if I can line this up. 2 for 1. 2 for 1. Line up so the yellow's overlapping. 2 for 1. Alright. Here we go. Off the processing line with E.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Ship teardown complete. Cutter account credited.
So basically, at this point, the game has decided you've salvaged enough in this ship for us to complete this challenge. So you're effectively done. Of course, everything I additionally salvage is more cash to pay back my debt and gain skill to go ahead and get
Valuable object
points to go ahead and
processed.
getting upgrades.
Credits deposited.
So, while I could just go ahead and call it here, I'm going to salvage as much as I can out of this. So I can get more better. Let's see. We're going to take this way. And boom. Boom. Okay. Alright. Now, those 4 cut points that caused this to launch out, this section here that I did last time, won't work to cause it to launch because there's these wonderful storage bins in the way. So, I have to wait until the storage bins are full before they'll give. But it just changes the amount of points that offer structural support. These 4 poles do still give structural support, which I am accepting that there's going to be some red on this salvage to pull this off by destroying these. Oh, not that one. That one. Because that does vaporize that material. But I'm out a little aluminum. And aluminum versus nanocarbon? Nanocarbon's worth a whole lot more. Did I miss a cut point? And
Salvage secured.
gotta go get some oxygen.
Oxygen reserves are low.
Yeah, no.
Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage quotas.
Really? Who would have guessed? Oh, come here, you. Down. Oh.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Have
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Imagine this could be pretty nauseating in VR.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay, so the only thing holding the door in here now is this bin here.
Salvage
So when I
deposit
pop
accepted.
this,
Credits transferred.
boom, everything falls apart. Now,
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
now this big unit here, I can't move this is too heavy. But I can whack it with another piece that is just as heavy as is, move it in the right direction. So, I'm going to do this. Basically bullying one piece of salvage with another piece of salvage. Can't go in the right direction. Ah well. Didn't quite work out. Come on. Stop. Alright, we're gonna have to cut this up. There we go. 2 separate pieces. Now that's 2 separate pieces. Let me move it around like I like.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Down. Break. Getting too close to that frickin' furnace. No! I is not becoming hot potato. Oh. Do you see how my UI started glitching out? It does that when you get too close to a danger situation.
Material deposited.
Not all the context clues are sound. There are...
Fuel levels are low.
Yeah, I know. I think I might be able to pull this off without refueling though, so... I just have to be very careful. Last thing I want to do, of course, is be stuck out here without any fuel.
Salvage secured.
But
Account credit applied.
I think we got this. Plus refueling costs money. Come on. There we go. Okay. Okay. Stop. Stop turning. There we go. Now, if you're not careful when cutting these panels out, you can end up with a situation where the entire cockpit will fall
Deposit
apart
accepted.
because there's so little structural integrity left in when you cut these points out. It is very easy for like the nanocarbon to lose their bond. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Right one. Oh, did it get in? Is it good? Or is it wedged? I think it's wedged. No, it's right there. There we go. It's good
Raw
now.
material processed. Credits deposited.
Alright. So I've had this entire thing just like absolutely fall apart and disintegrate on me. Like every last bond just decides that, oh, we're done now. And I have to go through and scoop up each individual piece. It's annoying, but it can happen. Because the game recognizes there's not really much left in here.
Deposit accepted.
Alright. Now if I've done this correctly, there'll be a little red in the ledger, but it'll be mostly orange.
Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
Yep.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
There's some gray. Alright, well, you know what? I'm out of fuel and oxygen. I'm going back to my hab. Close enough. So there was some parts that got loose somewhere, didn't get processed. What happens if you fly around the berth looking all around, out into space, or down towards the planet? Okay. You have a tracking implant that tracks your location. If you leave your berth out of a set period of time, your clone is to be considered to be lost in space, at which point life support to it is cut off and you respawn as if you would die. So if you go too far out of your berth, you die, basically. That's simple. 1.5 mil, but half a mil in total fees. So even though spare regeneration fee, I didn't die, so I don't need to be regenerated. Bailey's fee, salvage transport fee, cutting tool rental, grapple tool rental, hab rents, hab utilities, helmet rental, scanner rental, suit rental, thruster rental. Yeah. I dubbed these Shipbreaker. Links, safety third. Complete the tutorial. Play sticker. Grappler. Alright. Start ship. View ship catalog. I want something quick and easy to cut up because I need just a little bit more to go and hit the next ranking. When I hit the next ranking, they're going to go ahead and start me on tether training. So I just need a quick cut up ship. Oh, and they started out. My oxygen got replaced, but my fuel didn't.
Distinct honor and privilege to introduce you to the rest of the crew in our sector today. Sound off, everyone.
Hey, Rook. Name's Lou. I was the worm until you showed up, so thank you. Now I get to do the hazing.
Come on, Lou. What are you talking about? We don't do that. Welcome aboard and don't listen to her. I'm Dee Dee.
Next. I'm Kaito.
Kai? I think your mic's still messed up.
Oh, yeah. How about now?
Better.
Ah, hey. I'm Kaito. Kai.
Mic's still busted, huh?
Yeah, still waiting on the wreck to get approved.
Heaven forbid they give us functional gear.
All right, Lou. I'm sure they're working on it as fast as they can. Anyway, Cutter, I've just added you to the official sector comms channel. It gets lonely out here, so don't hesitate to check in with each other from time to time. All right. That's enough chin-wagging. Let's get back to it. Talk to you soon, Cutter. Weaver out.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Later, Rook. Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
There we go. Wow. I really shouldn't care this much. But there we go. Completely clean.
Accepted.
Alright. There we go. Okay.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage gains observed.
Okay.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay.
Salvage gained. Credits awarded. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Welcome to Vendor 9000.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Alright. Did we already cut the glass out of this one? I think we did. No, I'm seeing furnace there. Oh wait, no, we have. Alright. Now there is stuff on the outside. Wait, hold on. This panel has more. It's a furnace panel that looks like a, carbon panel. I hate it when they do that. I always end up throwing those in the nanocarbon when they need to go into the furnace.
Material deposited.
There we go. A little bit of red there, but that's okay. We can easily hit the goal here. Alright.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
And we're gonna go ahead and cut right there. And then make sure that the yellow overlaps right there. Okay. So a game that I've been watching for a while, that I recently, thanks to a gift from a lovely viewer. Oh, you don't like this game, but you like me. Aw, thank you, Carlos. I appreciate that. The game gets much more interesting once you get a little upgraded. When you're pulling, you know, reactors that might go melt nuclear out of the ships. This is what I was kind of worried about. The game is got a very slow start with how they restructured it. This is another furnace piece.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Oh. I had already switched. Away! Alright.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Yeah, we lost a titanium panel. Oh well. Nope. Alright. Yep. Alright. And then separate you off. Alright. Yeah.
Alright, Cutter, you got 5 minutes left of this shift before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter. Weaver out.
Now that's why I picked this smaller ship, because I knew I could get the bulk of it all torn down, because I will likely get a new certification rank after this, which they'll start going and say, okay, it's time you learn how to use tethers. Up. Up.
Warning, oxygen reserves are low.
Four minutes left on the clock. We'll buy the oxygen tank. I have 9 points more than I need to get the next rank in certification.
Welcome to Metatron 9000.
Oxygen
So-
level stabilizing.
Boosh. Launch myself just a little bit. Brake. Decrease altitude. Shift. Roll. And... Up. There we go.
Material deposited.
Three minutes. Don't think I can go forward, missing out on the good portion of scrap. So when it gets down to 2 minutes, I think we need to just toss this in. Yeah. Because this is going to be such a big piece, it's going to take a while to move. And the last thing I want to do is not have it
Raw
sink in and
material
miss on all this.
processed. Credits deposited.
Nanocarbon. Yep, see? Give myself the 2 minutes to get you into place. There we go. There'll be some aluminum gets destroyed, but oh well.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Why is there so much gray? There shouldn't be that much gray. Huh. Probably means that I threw something into the bin and didn't register. That sucks. Alright. The goal is to always make more than half a mil.
New certification level has been achieved. License
Because
level
you're going to lose a half a mil.
I'm looking at the stats coming from your bay, and it's looking like you're really gonna make your way around here. It's time to learn about how to upgrade your equipment and some of the more advanced tools you'll soon have at your disposal. Head on over to the upgrade section of your employee terminal. Now, I'm gonna read this straight from the manual. Lynx rewards hard work and learning by giving shipbreakers access to tool improvements and new equipment. Reaching salvage goals is essential for becoming a master shipbreaker. Basically, they want to make sure you prove yourself first before giving you the big guns. Completing salvage goals will net you shiny Lynx tokens. Use those tokens here to get yourself some new gear. Sometimes there are some extra goodies in the rewards too. So let's get going and learn about one of the most important tools in a shipbreaker's toolbox. Tethers. Go ahead and purchase them. Have a quick read, then hop back in the bay.
Okay. Start training. So they didn't let me pick a ship. They have a training ship go through.
Let me tell you how to use these things. Tethers are more powerful than the beam of your grapple, so they're great for moving super heavy salvage. Try it out. Press and hold the secondary input for the grapple to begin placement. Point where you want the salvage to move to, and then release it to create the tether. Great. Now, what if you want to get rid of the tethers you've placed? There's a cancel command you can send, but take note that it clears all the tethers you've placed. Go ahead and try it now.
And cancel.
Yeah, there you go. Now you've got unlimited tethers during this training exercise. But after this, when you need more, you'll have to buy them from the kiosk. Let's see how well you can handle them now. Try to clear out a bunch of that scrap. You can stack multiple tethers on one object to increase the pull force. You can also chain objects of any size together to move them all as a group. I've seen some cutters do some incredible things with the daisy chain of tethers. Alright, well done, Cutter. Looks like you know how to handle these things. When you're ready, let's go back to the hab and continue with the day.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. And there we go.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Nope, too fast. There we go. There we go. That's tether training. Tether Q. 11 used. 0 cost. Because it was training. There we go. Alright. But because it was training, but it was a ship, therefore I still have to pay for it. I made no money, but I just got billed $500,000 for attending training. I got more stickers for it though. View ship catalog. So we now have class 3 ships that we can go ahead and deal with. Let's grab something that's got some money to it. Ah.
Hey Rook, pinging you on a closed channel. If our crew ever gets to mingle face to face, we should crack some beers and share what we do when we get out of the red and start actually making profit from salvaging. Hard to figure when anyone's gonna hit that point though. Weaver's been at this 20 years, but he slipped back into debt thanks to foreman training. DT sends most of her money back home to New Manila. Transfer goes through links, of course, and the fees are huge. Kaito, well, he's a good person, but just hasn't really taken to the work. He's been warned that he's a low earner. And me? I'm trying to get there as fast as I can. Once I hit 0, I'm gonna work maybe another year or 2 and just bank it all. All I want is enough to get one of those mining skips propelled running. Still so many rich rocks along the frontier line. Eventually hire some friends from back on the Eris platforms above Mars. So many good folks who just can't get work. Don't know when that'll be though. Every time I think I'm earning at a steady clip, the company finds another fine or fee to slap on. Anyway, I'll let you get back to it. Happy cutting. Blue out.
Okay. I give both? No.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Oh, cute little heart. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Kinda spooky sometimes in these ships. You think about it. Lights flickering like that. Really is like a ghost ship. Now, I remember in the original game, there was all these different stories and stuff and holotapes you could find that they would go ahead and you could get a story out of the game that way. But they chose, instead of going with a holotape model, to go with one where there's actual NPCs that kind of interact with you. I guess they decided that a story told through holotapes wasn't engaging enough. Wonder where they got that idea from. I kind of dig the stories, don't get me wrong, but I think that maybe some of them saw how people had reacted to Fallout 76's original no NPCs kind of schema and how much
Object
The game was deemed a better game once they actually went ahead and put NPCs into it. Nah. Maybe that's just me. Alright. Oh, I didn't cut... Oh, okay. This I have to be careful. I can cut this and destroy it. Don't want to do that. Alright, now that you're free. No. And no. And we'll get you free.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available.
Valuable
for purchase
object
at Master
processed.
Jack.
Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Fuel and oxygen.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Alright.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage gains observed. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. I think it's time we go in. Not another one of these.
Material deposited.
There we go. Away with you. I don't think I could ask for a cleaner cut than that.
Deposit accepted.
Goodbye. Have a beautiful time.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Got about 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Weaver out.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh yeah. The graphics have improved too. I noticed that as well.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I think they improved the lighting system for the lights, as well as they create more detail in objects
Credits transferred.
than there was originally. I had just gotten up to
Your oxygen reserves are low. Note that excess carbon dioxide can cause damage to Link's equipment.
that burrito's still coming back to bite me. God dang it.
Welcome to Vintage Night.
Dynamic field of view filter?
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Three minutes left.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
This will get us at least past the next point. There we go.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Almost. Oh, there we go.
Salvage gained. Rewards increasing.
Alright.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. object processed. Credits deposited.
One minute left, Cutter. Time to start wrapping things up. Weaver out.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Doesn't look like I'm gonna go ahead and have enough time to get all the way at third on one run. So again, almost 1.5 mil. I got a new sticker. Orientation, geek out, play sticker, grapple. There we go. Starship. Alright, we're gonna get us continue to salvage because getting the third point means I go ahead and get a fruit
How you
quicker.
holding up there, Cutter? Seems like you're getting a knack for it. Trust me, when you get well versed in the art of shipbreaking, it becomes a joy to show up to the yard each day. Ain't a trade like it. Dancing between the ribs of a ship, spitting heat, dose-a-doing with a 10-ton panel, taking a breather to gaze out at the rest of the human race buzzing in the distance. Can you tell I miss it? Hey, it's alright. Helping you all get there is near as good. Ah, dang it. I got corporate ringing me. Good luck out there, Cutter. Talk to you again soon. Weaver out.
Okay. Clean through, clean through. Oh, we got a bit of salvage here. A poster. Alright. Clean through, clean through, clean through. Got a few lights. You know what? I'm honestly not going to worry about it. There we go. There we go. And then we're gonna pop you to move you away. And there we go. Two halves that they'll actually start moving when I pop them. Away with you, panel! And with you, panel, away! Into the furnace you shall go.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Alright. Alright. Time to pop open this jacket box. Under. This faster? Oh yeah, now I remember why I didn't do this to this. It tends to leave remainders. And those remainders end up causing it to stick. We don't want it to be sticking. Ah! Come on. Alright. Get this one already? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Pop. Draw. Shoot.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits
Pop.
transferred.
Draw. Shoot. Up, draw. Ooh, that got whacked a little bit. A little too rough with that one.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Pop, draw, shoot. Pop it out. Oh!
Applied.
Okay. Alright, enough of that. You're not taking me with you, but you are going in the furnace. There we go. Yep. Now, here's the thing. When you hit the markers 1, 2, and 3, that's when you go ahead and get your LT points. Your links tokens. So that's what you get for upgrade. So, and you get the most at tier 3. You get 6 at 1, 12 at 2, 30 at 3, and a free repair kit to repair your gear, because your gear does wear out. I feel that if you're looking to get your gear upgraded as fast as possible, you'll want to sprint towards 3, and then if you've already hit tier 3 and you have to end your shift and there's still this big gray area left, it's gonna suck, but get a different ship. Don't come back to salvage this, because you're not gonna get any links tokens out of it, and likely if there's only that much of the shift left, you might end up with not enough salvage to meet how much your debt for that shift will be. So it's better to start with a fresh ship if you've already hit the max tier. I mean, if you look at it, there's really not much left of this ship. And coming back to do a shift just for this much stuff would be unwise.
Salvage secured.
Now,
Credit
be real,
deposited.
the most expensive things in here are the electronics. I'm pulling those out right now. I've got 10 minutes left. Now watch. Pop this in, watch how much that yellow bar fills. Yeah.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Electronics are worth a lot. They're also sensitive. Let's go and get some more oxygen. Oh, Joseph, thank you so much for the $5.06. I appreciate that.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Okay. Boom.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Now this lights. Fourth next note. Watch how little. Yep, just a sliver increase. Glass, on the other hand, apparently is worth a lot. You never, ever want to salvage a ship and leave the glass in it. Your birthday was yesterday. Oh, happy birthday then, belated. You're at least 18 years of old as of yesterday. Well, congratulations. So, congratulations, networks. Why are you giving me money on your birthday, sir? Come on now. Are you spending that money on having a good time by yourself? Or with some friends? I mean, if you consider watching my stream with everybody a good time with friends, by all means. Closer to 44, technically. I see.
Deposit accepted.
That's a nice variance of age. You're somewhere between 18 and 44, but closer to the 44. I like what you did there. Keep people guessing. It's like me saying I'm somewhere in my 30s. No, so we have almost 5 minutes. All right, we'll be good. Blah, blah.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Oh, what did I tell you about these things falling apart occasionally? I didn't cut it any different than any other time that I've cut it,
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
but it just disintegrated for no apparent reason.
Material deposited.
Ah, no. Oh, rabbit. Why are you not? Oh, I know. Because they're not real. Sometimes this will create ghost chunks, which I hate it when it does that. Ghost chunks are debris that don't have value
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
and just will float off. It is annoying, frustrating, and just
Cutter, you got 5 minutes left in this shift. Knock out that work order before they turn the lights out on you. Weaver.
Brian Weaver.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Alright, we're good. We need to buy some fuel, but we don't need to buy O2. And I haven't used any of the tethers for that. So I haven't had to buy more tethers.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage quotas.
Not buying more oxygen because I'm going into my hab. So look at that. That shift, just that last shift to get those last the 3 for the Lynx token, only netted me just over half a mil. 519. We'll say 520 rounding up. But we earned 30 link tokens. Now, so 520, but we got charged 525. So again, we still lost money with that shorter shift. You have to go ahead and make sure that you're not putting yourself in a position where you're cutting yourself too short. But yeah, I can continue salvage on this ship. There's nothing left of it though. So I need to get rank 5 before I can do that. Okay. So let's go with what it has. Let's see here. Hazard rating high. Why do you have a hazard rating high where everything else doesn't? So what this tells me is, even though this is quoted as a lower estimated value per mass, these have higher masses to them, so they're estimating a higher value for them. But because this is a hazard rating high, where these are hazard rating mediums, and you see how there's a higher risk of fire and explosion on these, this means that there's fuel tanks aboard, and fuel tanks sell for a good amount. So by paying attention that it's maybe less total mass, but they only estimate the value based on that mass, these have higher masses and therefore expect higher value. But that, let's see if there's fuel tanks. Let's see if I'm right and there's fuel tanks. Hey, Midnight, how's it going? Let's see. Didn't have to buy oxygen. Already had oxygen. Alright. This is the Salty Young Maru. That's kind of interesting name to name a ship.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Dude, you're nice. Really? Get these engines out of the way.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay. There's no engine in here. But look. Fuel tank.
Salvage
Fuel
secured.
tank.
Account credit applied.
Few loose bits and bobs. Nothing to get too worried about. Now you'll notice all of these ships are depressurized. They have not given me a single pressurized vessel yet. And I think that's entirely because they still have the training wheels on. Let me through, damn it. There we go. Alright, good, good, good. Alright. Fireman coming through. Time to pop you open. Alright. There we go.
Credits awarded.
Alright.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Now these power junction boxes used to be very dangerous, very, very sparky. They are still a little sparky, but they used to be much worse. So I am glad that they aren't an absolute mess.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Now, I imagine that when they get to the point where you have ships that have not been properly depressurized and the like. Oh, look at this. Those are freaking... See, this is why it's a high-risk vessel. They have freaking huge-ass fuel lines that you wouldn't normally have. What are you caught on? Are you caught on that? Really? Yeah, cool. No, you're not. We're gonna do that. Slide you out.
Credits deposited.
Deal that. And back there.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
There we go. All right.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
All right. Oh God. Oop.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage gained. Credits awarded. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Here we go.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Okay. Now we have to be very careful because this is going to be a very interesting situation. Those pipes have fuel in them because they have that little light on them. That means that there's fuel running through them. Now, how there's fuel running through them, I don't know. But there we go. That means that they are an explosion hazard.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I'm going to have to be very careful about this panel here. These are those fuel lines.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
That power cell there, valuable bit of kit. We'll want to go ahead and pull that out. Ooh. Oh, that worried me. For a minute there, it looked like I had cut the power. So, yeah, but it's unharmed. Okay. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Was major worried. Was major worried. Did it look like I was cutting the power cell top off to you guys too?
Salvage
Or is it just me?
accepted. Credits transferred. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Only got a couple tethers left.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
Salvage gains observed.
Crap.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Yep. So this is why this one was rated a bigger fire hazard.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in while the getting's good. We wrap.
5 minutes remaining. Alright. That's the case. I want to get the most value out of this ship before I have to take off. And that means those computers. If I can go ahead in the next 5 minutes, pull those computers out of here
Object
and throw them in the bin, I might be able to get 3. Okay, so I thought the secure cut points would have not detonated, but if the lights are lit, no matter what, it will blow.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
Statistically profitable levels. Who decides that, I wonder?
Deposit accepted.
Oh, thanks, game. Yeah, that's entirely where I was looking to go.
Welcome to Vintatron 9.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Bougie. Alright. There.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage
So again,
secured.
I'm prioritizing high value components at this point because I have limited time left in this shift, and the idea is to go ahead and get
Salvage secured.
the biggest value
Account
out of
credit
this
applied.
because I don't expect to come back to this ship.
deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
There we go.
Ship teardown complete. Cutter account credited.
So.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. So this ship definitely doesn't have the value left in it to go ahead and have anything else done with it at this point. So anything that I don't throw in a salvage bin of one sort or another by the time runs out.
Salvage.
Cutter, you're out of tethers. Get yourself over to the kiosk to buy some more.
No, I'll be good. No.
All right, Cutter, wrap it up. You got about a minute left.
Yeah, no. God dang it. I was gonna be cheeky, try to salvage the whole thing, but apparently it's just too much of a weight. Why is the freaking thing always doing that? Alright. How much time do I have left? 30 seconds?
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Welcome to Venditron 9000.
Yeah, no. We'll just go ahead and call it there. There we go. Okay, start shift, view ship catalog. We have a, oh, here we go. Little Amber. So this is going to be a different type of ship than you guys have seen. This is one of the newer ships that just got added. It's got a hazard rating of low, but it does have a decent estimated value. And they're actually interesting ships to cut up. So let's go and do it. These ships tend to be heavy on computers, and that's where they get a lot of their value from. They're much smaller, lighter ships. Alright. So first things first, let's go ahead and take a look at here. We got ourselves some solar generators on the side. So we're going to want to cut those off and send them down. No antenna on the top. Another solar generator.
Account credit applied.
Do we have anything on the bottom? We do have an antenna base.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright, and we want to make sure we cut across the entirety of that. And put one antenna in there. Alright.
Salvage deposit accepted.
Okay.
Credits transferred.
There we go. Now, like I said, if you see these, grab them because they're computer dense normally. As far as I can tell, they are scout vessels. Lightweight, full of electronics, very low passenger, so almost all their weight is computers. Which means quick, easy money. So if you see, oh, this has got busted somehow. Probably me knocking about, or this loose cargo maybe hit it.
Object. Credits awarded.
Alright.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Cutter, your equipment durability is dropping. Keep an eye on it. You don't want to be dangling in the wind with busted tools. When you see it happening, head on back to the hab and use a repair kit to fix them up.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
All right. See, even more computers.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Bright light, my eyes, go away. You're not worth a lot, but worth a lot to my sanity.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage gained. Rewards increasing. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
All right.
Object
Whew.
accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Okay. Any cargo on this? Nope. All right. Away you go then.
Caution. Tether supplies are low.
No engine in here. Pop this open. All right.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Fuel and oxygen are both low. That's not good.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Welcome to Megatron 9000.
Oxygen level stabilizing.
Got a bit of a crash cage on the front of the vessel here. These need to go in processor. A lot of this does. But it's keeping me from being able to cut the glass out. So, I'll cut it free real quick. Okay. Just 2 more cut points. Okay.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Right. And here we go. Yeah. There's a proper way to do things, and then there's my way of doing things. Those two things, not always the same.
Raw material processed.
Okay.
Deposited.
Once again, highly valuable computers being ripped straight out
Salvage secured.
and
Account
thrown
credit
down into a
applied.
barge.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. Going through, we're looking for high value items. I think there is a... No, we're good. What the hell was that? Alright. Okay. Oh! Why, hello there, battery in a very precarious spot. I do not like that placement at all.
Alright, Cutter, you got 5 minutes left of this shift before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter. Weaver out.
Alright. Cancel. That was enough to get this off.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
We're gonna gently pull that off. And... Alright. You know what?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Those wiring tracks, they're supposed to be thrown in the furnace, but they're holding that entire chunk together.
Cutter, looks like you used your last tether. Head on over to the kiosk if you need more.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
That wiring isn't worth much, but the fact that I was able to do that entire side because it was being held together by that wiring means I can process things faster. Oh, wrong button! Wrong button! Wrong button! I'm running low on oxygen!
Welcome.
Oxygen, tethers.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Oh boy. The sad thing is, there's not much left in this ship to salvage. because I've torn, you know, pretty much all of it out. The only way to get access to here, I think, is cutting this door here. That'll let us in. Easy. Oh, hello. Power cell. Very valuable.
Salvage secured.
Okay.
Credits deposited.
Yeah, there's a hatch in here. There wasn't a hatch out there, though. Okay. Wait a second. Got that. Got all those. Wait, is this another power cell? Get this. In the barge.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright. Limited time left. Go, go, go.
Caution. Tether supplies are low.
Yep.
Cutter, we're getting down to the wire. Let's put a bow on this shift.
What I'm trying to do. There we go.
Ship salvaged in full. Credits applied to cutter.
Single shift. Probably wouldn't have been able to do it without that little trick with the, oh, this goes in the furnace? The wires. So... Okay. Yep. And there's time coming up. 4, 3, 2, 1. So by using the wiring that was supposed to be thrown into the furnace to hold these electrical cables, that allowed me to achieve a much better payout. So don't cut out the electrical cables, let them be the glue that holds everything together, and then send it all to processing. You'll be able to throw more in there for faster.
Certification level achieved. License upgraded.
I think it's time for you to learn about the mother lode of any ship. Reactors. Most dangerous part of shipbreaking, but you got this. Continue when you're ready, Cutter.
All right. All right. This will upgrade the range of my cutter. I'm going to go and repair my grapple. It was at 69%. Sorry guys, back to 100. Alright, so this is training. This is where they teach you how to pull a reactor out, as if I've never done that before.
I remember my first reactor pull. I was shaking like a leaf. You got less on the line now, but still, let's try to do this without a critical meltdown. That looks like the reactor toward the rear of the ship, but there are lots of different configurations out there in the wild. Okay, we're only focused on one thing right now. Pull the reactor and get it on the barge. As soon as you disconnect the reactor from the ship, it'll start to melt down. So act fast and make sure you have an exit strategy ahead of time.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Oh.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright, this one's pretty easy. Should just slide out of her coolant casing with a good yank from your grapple. Try to have your extraction fully planned out before disconnecting it from the ship.
Alright. Nice enough to go and give me a nice healthy destroyable panel there for the base. Now you notice I don't have health, oxygen, fuel. Now, this is one of those opportunities where you can kind of cheat the game a little bit. Your timer isn't going either, but those will all start up once you pull that reactor. So if you want, you could use this opportunity to completely strip this vessel. Ooh, look, a repair kit. I will pocket that. You can use this opportunity to completely strip this vessel before pulling the reactor. Alright. Release the engine. Let's go ahead and pull you out. And then the barge with you. Now, when you pull a reactor out, it's gonna spark.
Secured.
Now,
Deposited.
in this room where the reactor is, we have a damaged thruster fuel, an oxygen tank, and a computer.
Salvage secured.
Now, let's
Account
see
credit
here.
applied.
I'm just gonna... I don't care. Away with ye. Now, if I pull this out straight out, and it sparks, and kicks off sparks, and hits this fuel and oxygen tank, I'm in for a very bad time. So I'm gonna leave it be. Especially with these larger fuel tanks right next to it. So... let's go ahead and take advantage of the game not giving me a timer. Because it's in training mode.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Now, it'll be hilarious that the game acknowledges what I'm doing at some point. I would love that to be the thing. Like, we was like, okay, I think you've stripped enough of the ship for it to be safe to extract it now. Let's see here. I want to cut as many of these as possible. There we go. Okay, cut. Okay. Right. Right.
Credits deposited. Salvage gains observed.
Away with ye.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
My thrusters just went ahead and did that. That actually worried me. It's like, wait, is the reactor melting down? Nope.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That was just my thrusters acting up. Game had me worried there for a second.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay, so far the game hasn't recognized that I'm literally exploiting it at this moment. To, now I have to deal with...
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Is this exploiting?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
You guys let me know. By avoiding the objective of the training, which,
Salvage
to make sure I do it,
Credits deposited.
they give me basically infinite oxygen and fuel. They don't give me infinite tethers,
Deposit accepted.
which is probably smart, because Lord knows they give me infinite tethers too.
Deposit accepted. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Now, delayed profit margin behavior study during an extended training period. Ah ha ha.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, I am
Salvage
really
deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
gutting anything and everything. This, I just might be,
Salvage secured.
look at this.
Credits deposited.
Almost to the tier 2.
credit applied.
There we go.
Deposit accepted. Credit transferred. Salvage gain. Rewards increasing.
All right. Oh. Doesn't start melting down until I pull it out of its housing. So, let's not pull it out of its housing just yet. Ooh. That just popped off now, didn't it?
Credits deposited. Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Alright. Alright, damaged fuel container, we're gonna pull that off. Only one place that can go. Boom. Alright.
Material deposited. Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
This totally feels like cheating. Creative problem solving.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
If Lynx is gonna go and throw so much at me to make this put me in this much debt, it's almost in my it's almost my civic duty to go ahead and manipulate the system right back. Yeah. Now the question is, it starts melting down when you remove it from its housing. The question is, what happens when you never remove it from its housing, but you strip everything that is a part of what it's housed in down? You don't pull the reactor. At all. Did I miss a cut point? Let's see here. That one's cut. Oh, I did. There we go. Oh, there we go. And let's see here. Yeah, there's nothing left in you worth salvaging. Haboosh! Off you go.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Don't go zoom in space. Oh, you know it. If things go boom, I definitely go zoom. Better damage. So. Not even bothering with the lights. They are worth
Deposit accepted.
so little. Oh. Can't have that getting too close to that reactor. We hate to bump it and have it start going critical on me before I'm clearly not ready to pull that reactor. No, it's still terribly unsafe to pull it this stage. I mean, there's still mounting brackets that might be a risk.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Well, see, this fuel canister and oxygen canister are definitely a danger. I need to deal with that. So, I can pull those canisters off the wall, or I can pull this wall off the ship. Yep. Almost safe and ready to pull that reactor. Almost. Just I need a little bit more. I'm gonna go buy some tethers real quick. See, my point. I have not pulled the reactor of the ship, but I pulled the ship out of the reactor. Think about that one. That's something that you do need to worry about, is having a way to power down the reactors before pulling them.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Thank you for your...
There we go, got some tethers. Because if you could power them down, then pull them, they won't go critical. But powering down, make it challenging. But also, if you pull all the electronics that the reactor is currently powering out, you could have a risk of the reactor overloading. And you could go and build a warning system in where it says reactor under heavy load, risk of overloading likely. You know. Now we're gonna go in here. Now we have not pulled the reactor yet. We still haven't pulled the reactor yet. Nope, still haven't pulled the reactor yet.
Well, congrats, Cutter. You're certainly picking this up faster than I did back in the day. Okay, I'll leave you to it until you get to the next rank.
I never pulled the reactor.
Ship salvaged.
I waited until I had the reactor and backing into the barge, and then freed the panel from the reactor.
Object
And there we go.
processing. Credits
And now I have my fuel and oxygen and all those gauges back, because I completed the training section. So I'm just a wee bit manipulative. Also, I have 14 minutes to complete the salvage. Doesn't left to salvage, though. Oh, look at this. 2.6 million.
Hey again, Rook. Just wanted to say, I'm impressed with how quick you're picking things up. Not sure what kind of work you've done before, but you're a natural cutter. You probably noticed Lynx doesn't exactly take great care of us. I don't blame them. They don't really have a reason to. Up until about 100 years ago, workers like us would make groups called unions and fight for better wages and safer work and decent hours, that kind of thing. Basically balance things so people don't just get exploited to hell. Lynx was actually key in getting rid of all that. But there's a group of shipbreakers now trying to bring back the idea of a union. Change things for the better. Did you know that Lynx keeps your DNA even if you leave? Or that those hull panels you get 10 credits for are resold for 1,000 apiece? That's the kind of thing they want to change. Anyway, it's all hush-hush, of course, and Lynx sums it out right quick. But I see that you're a good person and a hard worker, and they're gonna use you up and you'll get naught for it. So I hope you don't mind, but I signed you up for the union newsletter. Comes every couple of days. Read them, don't read them, trash them, whatever. Just please don't report me. Just want you to have the info. I was glad someone gave it to me when I was new.
Okay. There we go. So that, by using that little bit of a training mode exploit, we were able to generate a lot of cash. And that's going to jump us right into another training. Okay, we have 12 repair kits. So anything that's in the 70s, we're going to repair. Do I have enough Lynx tokens to upgrade anything? No. Object scanner mode. Range for the grapple. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break here, folks. I am out of coffee. I'm going to get me a fresh cup of coffee, use the restroom, and maybe grab a light snack. I will be back momentarily for more shipbreaking action. Let's see what training mode they want me to go ahead and go through next. Maybe they'll go ahead and give me a new ship to try out. Okay, folks, I am back. There wasn't much coffee left, so I decided to make myself a cup of Earl Grey tea instead. Thankfully, someone sent me a whole box of tea. My P.O. box, thank you again for that. You know who you are. Alright. Now these I could salvage quick and definitely hit what I need. But these, the Javelin class, I don't know. I'm gonna go with this just because I know I can get the value out of it real quick. Now we're still in training mode.
Morning there, Cutter.
Morning, Rook. Oh, forgot to give you a pretty hot tip. You know all those supplies you can buy at the kiosk? You know, O2, patch kits, fuel, that kind of thing? You can actually scrounge a lot of that stuff for free from the ships.
Come on, Lou. You know that's against regs.
It's not a big deal.
It's also not safe. Nor sanitary.
Come on, what?
You know how long that stuff's been floating around in all that grime and dust?
There's space-grade sealed weaver.
Probably well past their expiry date.
Okay, well, it's not like corporate around here cares too much about our well-being, does it?
Look, Lou, I need you to try to follow the rules now. Yes?
Yeah, sure thing, boss. Catch you later, Rook. Lou out.
Cutter, I encourage you not to huff any old oxygen can you find. But if you do, please just monitor your vitals after. And for God's sakes, don't eat anything you find. All right. Have a productive shift. Holler if you need me. Weaver out.
Yeah. Okay.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
There we go. There we go.
Valuable object.
Okay, so
code.
that has a reactor. Looking at a reactor in this lovely tub. Ow!
Electrical damage.
Ooh, that was not good. That fried my circuits. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Oh, hello. What do we have here? Hydroponics cabinet. That's cute. We also have a battery on this terminal here. Alright. Computer terminal. Okay. God dang. This freaking barge was loaded.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. gonna pull that engine out of there. Now we got the walk out of the way.
Caution. Tether supplies are low.
Yeah. We tell you that whenever you get down to your
Salvage
last
deposit
5.
accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay. Let's see here. Looks like they're not going to let me unlock the side there. So...
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
There we go. And away she goes. Okay. That one's gonna be stuck. Alright, there we go. Gentle like.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Warning. Oxygen reserves are low.
Oxygen reserves are low. You don't say. Funny, there's an oxygen tank right here.
Deposited.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I would say, what game am I most excited about that's just about to come out? Biomutant. Out of hesitation, Biomutant. I've been waiting for it forever. It looks awesome. You know what? And GameRanks just did a video on it. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me find this for you guys. I'm going to put it in chat when you get a chance. Let's see here. Yeah, here's the video. No, I don't want to watch it again. Share, copy, paste. There we go. That is the game that I am just salivating, waiting until it comes out. Hands down, Biomutant. That is GameRanks kind of talking about what the game is going to offer. It's like, I think like 10 things you should know about Biomutant. It's coming out just around the corner. I cannot wait. It's going to be amazing. At least, I hope it will be.
Salvage
But yeah.
secured. Account credit applied.
But there's a lot of other good games that are coming out too. It's just Biomutant's the top of my list right now. Days Gone is getting its PC port. I'll be playing that. I've been wanting to play that one for the longest time too. So
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
alright. And we need to be very careful. Cannot risk shocking.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
There we go.
Salvage gained. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Another thing that I'm waiting to come out that I'm really hyped for is the free DLC for The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. I think they're calling it Aftermath, which I think is kind of telling as to what it's going to be about. I think it's definitely going to be a situation where they're showing you the consequences of your actions.
Secured. Credits deposited.
And the choices you made.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Got about 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Weaver out.
Yep.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Material deposited.
Get rid of that chin bar.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Space armor.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Alright.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Cutter, your gear's getting low. It's gonna start fighting you if you don't head on back to the hab and make some repairs.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Time is winding down, Cutter. Dig deep and let's finish strong.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
All right. And we still have the reactor in the ship to pull. Yeah, see, right when you get about 70%, that's when they start acting up. Continue salvage. Alright.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Okay. Alright. Ooh, hello. Okay.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage gains observed. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And that's how you do it.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
See how slowly cutting like this? A lot of things are overheating. It's riskier doing that cut than doing broad cuts like that. But it also means you're cutting multiple things at once, which is keeping
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
There we go. Then we need to go ahead and... Ah, crap, I trashed it. Wait, it still thinks it's good. It'll still take it despite it's missing a corner. Ha ha ha! Whoops! It's still good. Ha ha! If they don't care, I don't care.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I need some more oxygen. Do we have any oxygen left in here? No. I used it all. Oh well.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Alright, and...
Welcome to Ventatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
got some new tethers as well. Alright. You don't know if you're gonna like Biome yet? Some things bother me, other things like I'm used to. I mean, everyone has their own tastes. Don't get me wrong. But I kind of like the RPG elements that is present in Biome. The idea of having kind of like a combat system that's derived from like kung fu movies, or that's, you know, very martial arts focused, I find very intriguing, because a lot of martial arts is about movement and energy and how you go from one thing to the next. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they translate that into a combat system. I find it intriguing. Yeah, okay. I wanted to see if it would take that. Apparently not. Alright.
deposited.
Good old deposit the radiator. I mean the reactor in its housing trick.
That's it.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And then,
Ship teardown complete.
oh,
Other account credited.
why is? Ooh. Whoa, hey, 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 hey. Stop it. There we go.
Processing valuable object.
There we go.
Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, a reef back in space. That would be freaking awesome. You know, the first time I heard that sound, I was absolutely terrified. But after I got to play with reef backs and see what giant sweethearts they are, reef back will never do you any harm. So I hear that sound like I do not feel threatened in the slightest.
Credits deposited.
I mean, it's like, you know, being scared of the Jolly Green Giant. Because, I mean, reefbacks are just like giant whales. Only they have barnacles on their back that you can go ahead and break open to get copper. And they often have, a plant life growing on their back as well. Oh!
Helmet damage detected. Be sure to always budget for helmet repair costs.
Damn. Got cracked in the face with that one. Be more careful. Which time we got left? 5 minutes. I shouldn't be rushing. Pretty much almost done. I just need to take my time with this. Ugh.
Deposit accepted.
Excuse you? Come back here.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically profitable levels.
What are you doing? You know what? Screw you. Just depositing it and going back. I don't want to buy more oxygen. So, and just end my shift.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Whew. There you go. Got everything I could out of that anyways. There you go. Okay. I like these ships. They have a good turnout for them because they tend to be so heavily laden with computers. Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Well, it also depends on how extreme weapon degradation is, too. Like, I get what you're saying, Midnight. If they come out Biomutant and it's like you get like 2-3 hits out of a weapon that you went ahead and spend time grinding resources to make, and then it's just broken. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want another 76 either. But if it's something where the higher quality you make it, the more durability it has. So thus, using higher quality components means you have a all-around better weapon, and then thus you can use it longer. Yeah. But Biomutant's been one of those games where it's had a hype cycle, it's had a cooldown and a few delays, and I am a little worried that some of it might be overhyped. It sounds and looks amazing. I mean, I really like the looks of it. If it launches and is massively broken on launch, I will be grossly disappointed. I really hope. I am tired of broken games on launch. I would rather them, as much as I want to play it, I would rather them go ahead and put it on another delay than have it launch broken. What was it that Miyamoto once said? A delayed game can eventually be a good game, but a broken game on launch will forever be a game that launched broken. If you're not 76, fear the game trying to copy Dying Light's no gun rule. Well, Dying Light 2 has kind of, okay. Dying Light had something where things broke easily because it was a post-apocalyptic game and there was no gunsmiths or anybody really managing tools. Everything was just haphazardly botched together with little to no care about its long-term durability. So the thing that people didn't like too much about Dying Light was that you could find a really cool weapon and then it would just break and then you'd be done. Or you would go and get a weapon to the point where it's about to break and then you would salvage it for parts or sell it rather than it being shattered. But with Dying Light 2, going with the whole idea that weapons were getting torn up and destroyed, and towards the end of Dying Light, you could naturally see people were moving away from guns because they attract zombies and moving towards things like crossbows, silent range weapons that were, one, easier to maintain, and two, you didn't have to go ahead and source gunpowder for them. So Dying Light 2, from what I understand the lore, is going to be placed in the very future of a world that has been ravaged by the plague that creates the zombies. So there'll be even fewer and far between actual firearms because no one's making gunpowder and shells anymore. No one's making bullets. But people are still making arrows. And, I mean, why wouldn't they? A crossbow's going to go and be just as effective against the undead without calling you to their presence. So... oh, yeah. The screamers. Oh, I hated the screamers from Dying Light. From Dying Light. Ooh. Yeah, they were not fun. Dang it. Go!
Electrical damage. Note that excess electrical damage has been found to negatively impact long-term job satisfaction.
Gee, figure. Oh, what's this? Communications array. I bet you're worth a pretty penny. Okay, another one? Let's go and get these out of here now. I feel like this may have been a comms.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Shotguns? Well, yeah.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured.
What's this?
Account credit applied.
Oh. Did I throw that down there by mistake? I threw the
Valuable
They're
object processed.
capped for the
Credits awarded.
engine down the bar just so in the processor. Yeah.
Salvage secured.
Sad thing is, if you think about it logically, if you're trying to use a shotgun in a zombie apocalypse where you know that they're attracted by sound, most people are going to try to go ahead and use a silencer on a shotgun, not
Oxygen
realizing...
reserves are low. Reminder.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Not realizing that that can go ahead and likely foul up
Credits deposited.
the shotgun
Warning.
quite a bit.
Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
I don't think so. I don't need no stinking fuel supplies. There's plenty of fuel supplies here. I mean, if you think about it, the burning propellants from firing a
Salvage
firearm,
deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
when you put a suppressor on it, especially if it's some sort of homemade action, there's a lot of particles that didn't burn cleanly
Salvage secured.
from the
Credits
firing of the
deposited.
firearm that is likely going to be jammed up in the barrel. Now, if you're taking time to clean and maintain that firearm, probably no problem. But with the way Dying Light was working, things that you would use as suppressors had limited shots, very limited, before they would completely burn out and be useless. So
Salvage deposit accepted.
and that means that there was a lot of material that was getting burnt up when you fired any firearm suppressed. And there was no firearm cleaning in that game, let's be real. Now, I suppose you could say that, well, there's a lot of games where you don't see them clean firearms. It's just game logic.
Processing
Yeah.
valuable objects. Credits awarded.
But, I mean, if you're having weapons break easy from use in combat, because zombies are just that annoying,
Salvage
wouldn't it be
secured.
reasonable to
Credits
think
awarded.
that if, after using a firearm for a long period of time, burning through suppressor after suppressor, without cleaning the firearm all that time, but you've been destroying suppressors from using it regularly,
Salvage
that eventually,
Account credit applied.
without cleaning the firearm, you will have
Rewards
damaged firearm to the point where you're going to risk it jamming or backfiring when you use it next because you're not maintaining it properly. And the last thing you want to do is literally have a gun not properly be able to expel its cartridge, and all of that gas that's meant to throw the cartridge forward have to find alternate locations to exit the firearm.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
It is not a fun time.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
What do you mean another shotgun meta?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Good sir, tell me what you mean by that.
Cutter, you got 5 minutes left in this shift. Knock out that work order before they turn the lights out on you. We were out.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Well, I have a feeling that since they've said that the weapons in Dying Light 2 tend to be medieval in nature, and that classical firearms aren't going to be present, but to expect things
Oxygen reserves are low.
more like bows and arrows and swords. That,
Raw material processed.
given that level of technology,
Oxygen levels
I
stabilizing.
think you can assume that you're probably going to have things like
Salvage
at
secured.
most
Account credit
maybe a
applied.
muzzle loader.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Now we're talking about Dying Light 2. Or are we talking about
Salvage deposit
Biomutant?
accepted. Credits transferred.
Sonic screwdriver crutch. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, how the doctor used the sonic screwdriver for like everything. Yeah. I could see a blunderbuss being something feasible. Because I mean, low grade black powder, low grade shot, a simple pipe with, you know, a stock and a simple ignition source. Yeah. I can see them doing a blunderbuss. Now, Dying Light is going to be awesome. Biomutant is also going to be awesome. But just keep in mind that Biomutant's going to have firearms too. Because there's going to be different classes you can be. The one I'm interested in, the class I'm interested in, I'm thinking I'm going to play first, is called the Psi Freak, which is like the psychic Biomutant. But there's a gunslinger and a mercenary, both of which I think use firearms. But the mercenary class, I think, is locked behind only if you pre-order the game. So, there is that.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
But, you know,
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
yeah. Oh, it sparked. Things are getting
Salvage
more
secured.
sketchy.
Credits deposited.
Time is winding down, Cutter. Dig deep and let's finish strong.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Alright. Finish up both sides and pull the reactor on my next run.
New certification level achieved. License upgraded.
Oh, unless they go ahead and throw.
You're gonna start getting pressurized ships now. Lou and I will show you the ropes when you're ready.
Yeah, start training. So I'm not gonna be able to go ahead and get that reactor. God dang it. I hate it. That's the one thing I hate about this. You see? It doesn't let me go back to the ship I was about to finish. That reactor was a lot of money not to be able to finish.
Alright. Our friend Lou thinks she's the resident expert on how to deal with a pressurized ship. So I'm gonna let her take the lead on this one.
You always give me a hard time, but you know I'm good.
Sure thing, Lou. Take it away.
Okay, hey Rook. Time for the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean incredibly dangerous. There can be lots of pockets of pressurized space throughout a ship. It's best to scan ahead and see what's up. Activate your scanner and let's have a look. Your scanner will show you information about the interior of the ship, including whether a room is pressurized or not. Red is unpressurized and green is pressurized. Essentially, if you make a cut between the two spaces, you cause a violent decompression.
The correct term is explosive decompression.
Explosive, same deal. Okay, we don't want to crack into the ship and have it pop. When a ship is pressurized like this, best to go in through the airlock. Use the scanner to locate it. Now, cycle the airlock to pressurize it. There should be a switch in there. And you're in. Most ships are pressurized, and you can depressurize them using the atmosphere regulator. Should be one just inside. Although, as you'll learn, sometimes there are good reasons to keep the rooms pressurized.
Air pressure level decreasing.
No. Just realized.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
Alright, I need to repressurize this first.
That's all there is to it. Now, sometimes you're gonna have to depressurize the ship violently.
Explosively.
Explosively, if you don't want to get stuck through a 1-inch hull fracture, use your hands to grab onto any nearby surface. Oh, and watch out for differential pressure between areas of the ship. Sometimes compartments can have isolated pressurization systems. Remember, scan ahead. And that about covers it. Good luck out there, Rook. Blue out.
Okay.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. Now. We're gonna exit through the glass here. Instead of exiting the normal way. Multiple reasons. One, that'll let me go and get the glass out of the way. And two, now that's
Material
depressurized.
deposited.
Airlock pressure levels dropping. Airlock pressure levels increasing.
Okay. Now. How can I go and get this all to depressurize safely? Well, simply put, by making sure that this door does not function. So, okay. Oh, they've got the lever for the fuels now. Okay. All right. So.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Because. Wait, what? Okay. Tell me how there is that much of a hole there and it's still pressurized.
Air pressure level increasing.
Okay. We're gonna have to get more creative than that then. Alright. There we go. Now, depressurize.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Now. How? That makes no sense.
Air pressure level increasing.
Alright. Okay. I only have one thing left I can think of. Okay. No! Oh, that could have been a whole lot worse. That could have been a whole lot worse. Oh. Good thing I had already sealed that. Wait, hold on. Okay.
Airlock pressure levels dropping.
Okay. That was a bit of terror in a few seconds. There was no reason for a violent decompression event.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Again.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay, everything is depressurized now, though. Okay.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Magic fields, aka Star Trek containment fields. Bullshit. That's all I'm gonna say. Bullshit. If I can see through it, because I've cut a hole through it, it should not be able to go ahead and maintain containment. So yeah. When the hatch closed and it depressurized slowly, it should have depressurized everything that had an open air pocket. So, and until they introduce space wizards, aka Jedi, I really think that, or, force field technology, which neither, as far as I know, don't exist. I'm gonna just call bullshit.
Account credit applied.
That's what that was.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Got everything out of here.
Oxygen reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage quotas.
God dang it. Let me out, for Christ's sake. I was trying so hard for that to not even get scratched.
Salvage deposit accepted.
Meanwhile, I get stuck on the freaking wall. And the game's like, oh, by the way, you're also suffocating.
Welcome to Metatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
What was the button to... It's Z. It's Z to hold on to stuff.
Alright, Cutter, you got 5 minutes left of this shift before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter. Weaver out.
Okay. So,
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
hey, hold on. Hold on.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Processing. Credits deposited.
Will I play the Fable series? Oh, Chicken Chaser. Oh. Oh my god. I don't know. I mean, I played Fable 1 and 2 before. I don't think I ever streamed either of them. But I did play 1 and 2. Never played 3 though. Would you guys want me to go ahead and, you know, do the Fable series? Is that something you guys would like me to see?
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Is the third available for PC? Or is it console only? I'd have to check.
Carter, we're getting down to the wire.
I mean, I have a lot on my plate right now. I can't promise it anytime soon. But I can look into it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Warning. Your oxygen reserves are dropping below statistically.
Not a good run, but I had to go and find a way to depressurize the vessel in a way that wouldn't cause a huge problem.
Hey there, Rook. So, Weaver got busy and asked me to review your salvage records today. I saw that you snagged an old data drive in that ship. Look, I know that the networks on Earth don't really give you the full picture about what's happening across the colonies. Don't want you all getting a read on what's actually going on off Earth. These data drives, though, they're uncensored info, and they'll give you the full view. Sometimes it's useless junk, you know, someone's recipes or bad photos flexing in front of the mirror. Other times, it's a corporate rail mail or a ship captain's personal log. Anyway, don't tell Weaver this, but I'm sending you some software to extract the usable data off these things. You'll see a new data recovery mode in your HAB terminal. Soaking in solar radiation tends to mangle most of the data, but you should be able to pull a couple of intact files off each drive. Hopefully, it'll give you a better sense of the wider world. Ports and all. Have fun with it. Later, Rook.
Data recovery.
Fuel levels are low.
Really?
Fuel levels restored.
That's what I thought.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Caution. Tether supplies running low.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Yeah. Okay.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Warning. Tethers depleted.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Oxygen reserves are low. Note that excess carbon dioxide can cause damage to Link's equipment.
Guess when there was some oxygen tanks here. Guess not. I would have bought some when I went to buy feathers, if I realize.
Welcome to Vintage 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
I just lost a lot of fuel due to my thrusters having damaged.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage gained. Credits awarded.
Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. I think I need to take a break here, folks. I'm getting a little acid reflux, and I need to use the restroom. I'm going to go ahead and maybe try taking something to deal with the acid reflux. Use the restroom, then I'll come back and we'll finish this up. So, be back in just a little bit. Sorry about that long wait, folks. I'm back. Okay, so we have to go and finish up salvaging this ship, don't we?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Which time we have left? 7 minutes. I think I need to pull that reactor now. See how close it gets us to having this done. There you go.
Salvage secured. Credit
All right.
deposited.
There we go. Again, our goal is to go ahead
Object accepted for processing. Credit deposited.
Caution, tether supplies are low.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Okay. There we go.
Valuable object processed. Credit deposited.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in.
All right, here we go.
Good. We wrap.
Deposit accepted. Ship salvaged in full. Credits applied to cutter account.
Mhm.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
All right. Not even bother.
Oxygen reserves are low.
Not gonna even bother. Just gonna go in there.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
And shift. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Class 2 thruster, Class 1 reactor, 3 power cells. This does have a lot of mass to it, but I have a feeling that this is going to be a pain in the ass to salvage. But it's the only ship that I haven't salvaged yet that I've seen this new. So here we go. So these are the new ships that are using the rail gates to get around. Okay. Okay, we do have a lot of compartments here that are compressed. One compartment that's decompressed, it's the cabin. Let's see what we got inside.
Airlock pressure levels dropping.
Here we go.
Airlock pressure levels increasing. Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. Ah, crap,
Fire
poster.
damage. Links recommends maintaining a safe distance from flammable items.
God dang it.
Fire damage.
The hell? It's still burning? God dang. Oh, hello. Alright. Hold on. Here we go. There we go.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay. I really don't know how I'm going to decompress the rest of the system now.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Because I didn't see another decompression area on the
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
entire thing.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Yep.
Your oxygen reserves are low. Note that excess carbon dioxide can cause damage to Link's equipment.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Welcome to Metatron 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing. Airlock pressure levels dropping. Airlock pressure levels increasing. Airlock pressure levels dropping. Air pressure level increasing. Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock pressure levels increasing. Airlock pressure levels dropping.
Okay. I swear, sometimes being in these areas depressurized is like a freaking puzzle. Okay. All right.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
Why?
Airlock pressure levels dropping.
There we go. We now have the entire thing depressurized, at least on this half of it. My God. This is truly a pain in the ass. No, there's supposed to be a thruster and a reactor
You
here.
got 5 minutes left in this shift.
Really?
Knock out that work order before they turn the lights out on you.
5 minutes. I've done nothing. Except try to get this pain in the ass depressurized.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Ramen and Doritos.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Well, this is the other
Salvage
end.
deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Airlock pressure levels dropping. Airlock pressure levels increasing. Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the master jack. Air pressure level decreasing. Air pressure level increasing.
Okay. We have to depressurize this whole chamber in a way that's safe. So, what we're gonna do?
Air pressure level decreasing.
Alright. Okay.
Airlock pressure levels dropping.
Alright. So there we go. We got the entire vessel decompressed, but it took me pretty much the entire shift to pull off. Holy crap!
Fuel reserves are low. Reminder, asphyxiation can lead to missed salvage quotas.
Do not recommend.
Welcome to Venator 9000.
Oxygen levels stabilizing.
How much time do I have left my shift? A minute. Eek. At least I can start disassembling without having to worry.
All right, right, Cutter. Wrap it up. You got about a minute left.
Mm-hmm. I realize what you did.
Deposit not accepted.
Oh, these go to the barge. No, 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 no. Oh. That was a very disappointing. Yeah, oof. I think I'm just too tired to continue. Damn. Alright, folks. Considering I'm fighting some acid reflux that just won't go away, I think I do need to go ahead and call it a night there. So I can get some rest. So, anyways, let's go ahead and send you lovely folks off to raid someone else. Let's see here. Hey! Kinetron VR, a lovely individual that I met in VR chat, is currently streaming Sea of Thieves. So let's go ahead and give Keen a good old hello and everything. I'm going to send you guys off to him. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be doing more HardSpace Shipbreakers in the future when I can get time in between other games. As always, folks, stay frosty, and I'll see you again next time.